No.
Those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire. Buick 10 to Aircraft 505. Buick 10, those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire. Buick 10 to Aircraft 505. Buick 10, those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire. Buick 10 to Aircraft 505. Buick 10, those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire. Buick 10 to Aircraft 505. Buick 10, those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire. Buick 10 to Aircraft 505. Buick 10, those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire. Buick 10 to Aircraft 505. Buick 10, those engines are directly in front of the head of the fire.
No, they see these articles are. The Noah's Ark. It'd be perfect. They should put the Noah's Ark right there. And then what God promised Noah? Oh, they'd be shit. See my love. See my love. Oh my God. You're so crappy. Exactly. You stupid idiots. They should have put, like Noah's Ark somewhere up there with it. Oh, they was already. They was so committed. So no, all you have to do is put Noah's Ark, put Noah's Ark right in there, and that one would be. So that was worshiping an idol. Yeah, that's right. They're open to the worshiping an idol. It's that church is not going on. It's a long time. 50. Oh my God. Okay, can I get a yeah. I've been Noah's Ark. Anyway, so without the rear all the control, that's going to take either that or we're going to basically put like and you had a little world so fast. Oh, that you should have been that. That was me. They had me. What's the last charge? Interest loss. So yep, just get a bit back to the phone. Unless it'll be. Thank you.
California weather. Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is June 30th, and right now we are looking at the infrared satellite imagery. And if you take a look here, we got some troughing here along the west coast of the USA. It's spawning some strong winds, kicking off some big fires here across some of the interior portions of the Four Corners region there, Colorado, portions of Arizona and Utah as well. No big fires right now. across California. Hopefully we can keep it that way, but we'll take a look at what is coming on down the line here, and we'll take a look at the extended forecast as always as we go through the video here this morning. And I did want to point this out that we do have some critical off to the east there across Arizona. Again, includes Flagstaff, places like Grand Junction, just off to the east of Las Vegas, some elevated fire danger here. And there's always a bit of elevated fire danger here as you go into the summertime for the state of California, so just be prepared for that. And again, right now, we don't have any large fires across the state of California just as of now, and hopefully we can keep it that way. If we take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh, this is as of this morning. You can see that it does try to pick up on some of the forest fire smoke and where it is going to move and how thick it is going to be. And you can see during the afternoon hours that those fires really flare up. Again, not much going on across California, at least for now. So we take a wider look now here across the Northeast Pacific Ocean. We've got this troughing that we talked about, this big old ridge out here over the Pacific Ocean. And the troughing kind of hangs on a bit, but it does start to weaken, and we get a bit of a ridge start to nose in as we go through the end of the weekend. We're going to warm things up a little bit as we go towards the 4th of July. In fact, right there is about when the fireworks are going off. You can kind of see the ridge getting positioned here across the Southwest USA. We push a little bit further off, and then you can kind of see as we go through the end of the forecast, the ridging wants to get going here in some semblance here across center portions of the USA and maybe across the Four Corners region, which could start to eventually kick more of a monsoon flow back up in towards portions of the desert Southwest and maybe even a little bit further off to the west than that. Again, just something to watch here over the next couple of weeks. We'll see how that evolves in the forecast, but as you look, this is the GFS artificial intelligence, and you can see a pretty substantial ridge getting developed there. And artificial intelligence shows something similar. In fact, let's go ahead and bounce back at that. Look at it. You can kind of see the same position of that ridge here across the Four Corners region as we go off in towards the next couple of weeks. Now, if we take a look in the short term here, looking for thunderstorm activity trying to pop off across the Sierra Nevada. Not seeing too much of it as we go through the next couple of days. So getting a bit of a break for that. If you want to get some of that shower activity, maybe right there towards Tonopah. But again, not amounting to much. We're very widely scattered and, not very widespread. You can also see the marine there kind of bouncing around there as you go through the next few days as well. And if you want your own affordable home weather station, it's got a lightning detection system with it. It's got an ultrasonic anemometer, haptic rain gauge that sends you notifications to your smartphone. Great smartphone app, stores all the data for you in the cloud. Click on that link down below to save 10% off. Now, tropical cyclone development time. This one is going to spread some moisture a little bit further north, but it really is not going to have much of an impact at all on the southwest otherwise. And right now they have an 80% chance of tropical cyclone formation over the next 7 days. Now, taking a look at the extended forecast a bit here. So if we scroll on in through, this is the European ensemble mean, and what are we looking for here? You see right at the end of the run, when that ridge starts to get developed, you can kind of see some of this above normal moisture trying to move up into portions of California, Nevada, and Oregon. That might be the sign of a little bit of a monsoon signal there as we go on in through the mid portion of July. Again, just something to watch at this point. Things are fairly slow weather-wise across the regions. We're just kind of looking off into the tea leaves and into the crystal ball to see what may be coming down the line. And again, if we look at the weeklies, actually, no, this is the European ensemble. We'll look at the weeklies here in a moment. But this goes out towards day 10 to 15 here. And again, the European ensemble mean also shows that high and getting established down here across the desert Southwest. Now, if we look at the GFS artificial intelligence, this goes out 15 days. And again, kind of shows that as well, the ensemble mean. Now, looking at temperatures coming up here, before we take another look at the extended forecast, we'll scroll through here the next few days. You can kind of see we keep the temperature suppressed a little bit here through Thursday. Then that ridge starts to build in Friday and Saturday. You notice on the 4th of July, we're going to bump up those temperatures a bit. Nothing too crazy there, but yeah, a little bit of a warm up for the 4th of July there. And then kind of keeping things, not that far off of normal. And I'll show you more with that 5-day running temperature outlook here. And as we go through the upcoming weekend, some places are warming up a bit higher than normal, but some of the coastal areas and looks like some of Sacramento, the Bay Area are forecast to stay kind of below normal through the next, as we go through the 5-day running total all the way through 15 days. You can see right at the very end as that ridge starts to get established, things start to warm up. But again, that's 2 weeks off from the forecast. Now, I looked through this over the 15-day, and we really don't have much much showing up in the way of precipitation just yet in the deterministic model. So that's just something we'll watch. But yeah, not much showed up in the way of precipitation at all. And if I scroll out through the 15 days, you can see maybe a few thunderstorms across the Sierra Nevada, but really not much of a signal to be had at all. And there's the 6 to 10 day, kind of some above normal starting to creep back in there as we go towards July 9th. And there's that below normal signal that keeps showing up for portions of Nevada and Northeast California. But yeah, check me out on Facebook and Patreon. Those links should be down below. And hopefully you guys are having a good day otherwise. And I will catch you guys in tomorrow's forecast.
Okay, we'll be following behind.
Six. 90 meters, 5.6 was so good. Really mad about it. And they all soft. Yeah, they don't know it's hard. It means they're not a lot more good. I like 2026 yeah. No, they ain't that old this time. And look. It means a little bit. The most adjustment will be get him back right in there.
One more load, Art. All load, but got one more.
Yeah, that's you know what.
Here, inspiration. Those dolphins up your port. Spend time with them. We're thinking about checking those out.
Time to.
Okay, Roger.
First time back. Well, like south.
Okay, cool.
old one, that means like that old one. This is funny. The name is Jim. It's cookies. I just put them in here. No, I took them in. It's something.
Connor, it's Luke on the Spirit.
I think take a while, but you know, I think I 2026.
San Diego Bay, Spirit of Adventure.
That means they're not as old. That means they're not as old.
Puddle.
Pick up the mark.
Hey, that? Yeah, that's it for now. Hey, Gabe, I'll get the four-way back on you, and I'm gonna get the 50 out of the water.
Control boat behind degaussing pier. Control boat. This is RV Zostra. Come in.
Go over to the 50F.
Hot mic.
Why in the heck is that such a fucking mess? Why is it a state year old? And why is the state such a mess? Why is it this? And why is it everything so hard? Why mine? And why it has to be all American? That's what I'm asking. Why are we paying so much? And why are we living in prison? It's way too quick. And there's nobody to because everybody always all the lives you know what I mean? Taxes. Now where's the money? And that's because you all the time you probably waste. I don't know what I mean. She's probably amazing. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. What was that? Oh, well, anyway. Well, he was a great leader, but why did he listen? People who never know this, last memories, never see because of their lives, but I was, yeah, but you see, if we can all And all you want to do
Okay, boom down float.
is you don't want to cut through, and I'm saying, if you don't care what you can't stop me. You make it all. You see,
And come left there, Dave, on the back. Dave, give me as much boom up as you can on float. That's good, hold that. Hold that, hold that. 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 A little bit more boom up. That.
OG inspiration. Open here. 120.2.
Pull the mic. Heavy use the quarter. Okay,
You hear about Mike the operator? The one that you freaking would pull it out of your hands at 50 miles an hour and put it on the floor like at fucking 80?
.3 up here at Green Tank. Kind of off color though. Up and in. Your short calico. We got 1 or 2 legals and 1 bass. That's it. Kind of.
All right. Well, we moved up. Yeah, we caught a couple handfuls real quick at Lighthouse, and then it kind of just shut off. So we moved up 5 tanks, and it was pretty good. It's stinker bass and fly line fish. The people who could fly line, we're trying to help them out. But yeah, it was really good action there at the last stop. Down.
cool. Thank you. Are you guys done for the morning? Is it that time already?
Done, reload, and right back out.
Alright, cool. A bit warm for you out here.
Alright, see you in a bit.
Alright everybody, welcome to this latest weather and climate virtual office hour. I'm Daniel Swain, aka Weather West. This is the Weather West channel. And today I'm going to be talking primarily about the ongoing wildfire outbreak across, let's call it the interior Alright everybody, welcome to this latest weather and climate virtual office hour. I'm Daniel Swain, aka Weather West. This is the Weather West channel. And today I'm going to be talking primarily about the ongoing wildfire outbreak across, let's call it the interior really the western United States. It's really mostly from the eastern Great Basin eastward into the southern Rockies, as well as the lower Colorado Basin to a slightly lesser extent. But it's become quite a serious situation. In fact, even in the last few hours, it's escalated still further, and there is at least one fire that is currently burning through at least one town in Colorado. A new fire that broke out just this morning along the Colorado Front Range, just southwest of Pueblo, and in and near the town of Beulah and surrounding areas. So we've got that to talk about, the acute crisis in some small western towns in the mountains, and then there's the high elevation wildfire situation, which has further developed, which in some ways is even more notable in the sense that it is only late June and we have multiple high-intensity forest fires burning at 10 and 11,000 feet, even 12,000 feet in elevation. Remember, there in a place like California, there really isn't very much land at all at that elevation, but in parts of the southern Rockies, the elevation is very, very high. These are places where barriers to fire historically were significant, where fire was not unheard of, but was relatively rare and relatively lower intensity, and also usually occurred later in the season. In fact, in some of these places, these are places where there would still be significant snowpack on the ground during a typical 20th century summer at the end, as we approach the end of June. Of course, this has been no ordinary 20th century year in terms of western climate. This was the warmest winter on record in all of these locations, and also the winter with the lowest maximum snowpack and or the lowest April 1st snowpack on record in many of the same areas. Also, the interior west has, as many of you are well aware, been experiencing a very severe multi-year drought, a so-called mega drought over multiple decades that rivals or exceeds any observed even in the paleoclimate record going back 1,000 years or more. That's a finding from peer-reviewed literature that's been replicated several times now. And so the context of these fires right now is something that was highly predictable, something that has been predicted. And the challenge is that now, unfortunately, we never know whether or the degree to which, well, whether the short-term weather conditions will end up resulting in large wildfire outbreaks like we're currently seeing. We can predict that the background conditions in this region were highly favorable for a very active fire year this year. We know that there's been a very severe multi-year drought. We checked that box. We also know that this winter was record warm and in some cases brought record low snowpack. So we knew that was already happening, and we knew that at least until the summer monsoon arrived, the monsoon being the seasonal reversal of the winds in the southwestern U.S., sort of in the Four Corners region, associated with a reversal in the prevailing wind pattern to allow moist subtropical air to come up from the south and southwest. That usually arrives early to mid-July, somewhere in there, and brings significant, sometimes flooding summer rainfall in the form of afternoon thunderstorms to the desert southwest and much of the Rocky Mountain Great Basin region. That is not yet in sight. We have not yet had a significant monsoonal surge north of maybe southern Arizona where we could have used it. And in the short term, there's nothing on the horizon. In fact, it's unusually for late June across much of the interior west right now. It's completely sunny, clear skies. That's very rare in this part of the world this time of year. There's really not much of a hint of moisture right now in the interior west. The air is bone dry, the soil is bone dry, the vegetation is bone dry as well. So it's a pretty serious situation, and I will get to some live satellite and even some radar imagery, which is usually bad news when I'm talking about radar imagery and wildfire, because what it means is that there's such a dramatic radar presentation that there's something worth seeing using a tool that's usually designed to capture precipitation, but of course in this case it's capturing smoke and ash particles instead of hydrometeors or rain or snow. And then I also want to talk a little bit more about the broader pattern that got us here, talk a little bit about the fact that California and the immediate west coast is definitely not experiencing an unusual wildfire outbreak. In fact, something of the opposite. It's been quite mild along the California coast and inland in recent days, though it has been somewhat breezy. Pacific Northwest even got some aseasonal precipitation recently, following a very warm start to summer. Will this set the stage for the rest of the season? I think not. But let's get into that a little bit later. The short-term outlook the rest of the week, which frankly looks pretty concerning for the interior west and the southern Rockies, with a very prolonged period of elevated to critical or even extremely critical fire weather continuing. Possibly some locations could see red flag warnings from the National Weather Service for 7 to 10 consecutive days. And the only other place I can think of ever seeing that happen is coastal Southern California during some of the worst wildfire outbreaks in modern history down there. Okay, deep breath, and then I want to start showing some information. So I know there's a lot of folks joining live today, some perhaps for the first time, so thank you. And a reminder that if you sign up, if you join the channel as a subscriber, you'll be notified if you turn those notifications on when I go live, and I do occasionally do it on shorter notice. Today, I give about 24 hours of notice, but sometimes it's shorter. Subscribe, turn those notifications on, and you'll know sooner. Also, a reminder that this channel is sponsored by Reask, a climate tech company that's rethinking extreme weather risk in a warming world and helping businesses to quantify that risk more accurately. Okay, so I think I'm just going to jump right into it because I've got a lot to show. So let me just toggle over. You're going to see my screen here, and then you're going to see a live satellite image, and I have several iterations of this that I would like to see. So you're going to see a number of different satellite images come up on screen. And again, these are live. These are not archived satellite images, but these is essentially being piped in fresh from space, if you will, with latency of, let's see, in this case, only a few minutes. It should be. So this is, I'm just taking a look at exactly when this came in. This is 1 minute after the hour. So this is within the last 9 minutes is the last frame. So just for context, this is live within the past 10 minutes. Obviously, if you've ever viewed satellite imagery, there's something that really is fairly dramatic going on here. Let me get rid of that circle. And what you can tell is there's multiple. I want to just do freehand drawing here. There's multiple large wildfire plumes emanating from mainly forested areas in multiple western states. So these are the big ones, and so we currently have active fires burning in Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and especially now in Colorado. Colorado has really become the epicenter. This kind of started in Utah and eastern Nevada a couple days ago. There's still fires burning there, but the real activity is now in Colorado, plus the pocket fire just southwest of Flagstaff in Arizona, which has been very active as well. But even just by eyeballing it informally, you can tell that maybe perhaps the most alarming fire kind of looks like it's this one. And believe it or not, this fire started just this morning while I was out doing an interview for a wildfire documentary. So it's been that kind of day. But this fire is particularly concerning because it is unfortunately becoming a wildfire disaster as we speak. So these other fires, they may have caused some damage and they threaten communities and there are evacuations. But this fire, which is known as the Aspen Acres Fire, and it's southwest of Pueblo, is currently burning through populated areas, including at least portions of the town of Beulah and other adjacent regions. So unfortunately, the situation is continuing to escalate. Notably, one of the fires that tragically caused a burnover event for wildland firefighters in this region up along the Utah-Colorado border, just southwest of Grand Junction over the weekend, that was unfortunately a deadly event. This did result in multiple fatalities and multiple serious burn injuries when the fast-moving fire overtook a group of, I believe it was aerial, it was the Helitack group. I believe these were folks who were dropped off by helicopter to put in some hand line, and they're up along the top of a ridge, and the fire made a strong uphill run before they could outrun it. So that's a really bad outcome for the firefighting community with that burnover event here. And I think it's a testament to the extremity of the conditions right now. And, usually firefighting is always dangerous work, but the goal is to not put yourself or to put your crews into a place where there is a significant risk of being overcome by fire without a nearby safe zone that you can get to quickly if conditions change, whether that's an easy way to get into the black, so to speak, so to cross over into the already burned area that presumably is going to protect you from burning again, or some other sort of safe zone like a rock outcropping or a body of water or something like that, a big parking lot somewhere. Obviously, I don't know the details as to what happened other than that it's tragic, but this did occur under what's known as extremely critical fire risk in this region over the weekend. So essentially the highest possible designation of fire weather risk from NOAA's Storms Prediction Center, which is the NOAA entity tasked with fire weather prediction at a national scale. The National Weather Service office in Grand Junction, Colorado, at the time had, before this occurred, issued in conjunction with the Storms Prediction Center extremely critical risk designation that day, what's known as a particularly dangerous situation, or PDS, red flag warning, which is again a flag both to the public and to fire crews that conditions are not only favorable for rapid wildfire spread, but are potentially favorable for catastrophic wildfire spread, uncontainable, uncontrollable fires. And on that day, that's exactly what happened. And although there were no large-scale structure losses because of the remoteness of where many of these fires were burning, it did unfortunately cost several firefighters their lives in that case. And now today, unfortunately, we now have a different situation where this fire again is probably burning structures in multiple communities as we speak. So I don't know the details, but I'm going to dig into it now. Another way to look at this, and this is using NOAA's beta wildland fire data portal, and I mentioned that it's still a beta test because it has gone down several times in the past few days, although there is a disclaimer if you read it up top that this is an experimental product and subject to periodic outages. But I just wanted to offer a different perspective. Obviously you get largely the same picture, but this one also highlights not just the smoke but also the actual thermal hotspots. So these are locations where Earth orbiting satellites are detecting surface temperatures that could only be produced, well, essentially by a fire or an erupting volcano. And USGS has not alerted us to any erupting volcanoes, so these are clearly all wildfires. And I just want to circle all of them because there's quite a few. This is the Pocket Fire in right on the Mogollon Rim. This is burning in very dense forest southwest of Flagstaff. It's not huge yet. I believe it's approaching 10,000 acres. I guess these days that's not a huge fire, but it has been steadily chugging through very dense fuels, burning at a pretty high intensity. It is going to be a difficult fire to contain. It could burn until significant monsoon rains arrive, and there's no indication of that in the near-term horizon. This is the Cottonwood Fire, which was much more active last week. It's one of the largest fires in Utah state history, burning almost 100,000 acres. It's less active today, but there are still hot spots. It is still producing smoke. Other fires up in Utah, but these are less consequential. These are going to be more manageable from this point, probably moving forward. But the big ones now are from southeastern Utah and into Colorado in particular. So we have a fire near the town of Ouray in Colorado. We have a fire that's just north of Cortez. We have a fire. This one doesn't look so impressive right now. It's less active today, but unfortunately, it's likely to be a problem for quite some time. It's over 1,000 acres, and it really blew up very high elevation location near Leadville, Colorado, near Mount Massive. So they did not name it the Massive Fire, despite the geographic locator suggesting that. I think for obvious reasons that would be a little bit confusing. But this is a very high elevation fire burning in heavy timber at like 12,000 feet in elevation, again, which is really, really high. This one is potentially going to be a big problem, and there's actually there's quite a big box of evacuations here. They're potentially expecting this to threaten areas on the other side of a large reservoir, so they're essentially preparing for it to jump a significant body of water and continue in the forest. But the real big problem, this is the Aspen Acres Fire. I'm going to zoom in on this in a minute, and then as I've been speaking, a new hotspot popping up below it, as well as I believe this is the Beehive Fire in northern New Mexico. So what I'm really going to focus on right now are the fires in Colorado, because these are the ones that are likely to be burning the longest and are most immediately threatening. That and potentially the Pocket Fire in Arizona, which is there are some evacuation advisories, not yet orders for this one, but this one is more of an emergency situation. So I'm going to zoom in now on these, and it looks like there is another significant new fire as well. But you can see where this fire is located, and that's, again, this is a very hot, this is a very large, intense heat signature. There's Pueblo. Let me just get my drawing tool back so I can draw, get rid of those circles here. That's Pueblo, of course. Just to orient folks, this is Interstate 25. And so we have a fire, and the direction of movement of these fires, because of strong winds, as you can tell from the smoke plume, is generally to the east-northeast. Looks like that's the same for this one. Currently, there are evacuations that have now been issued all the way to the I-25 corridor. So that is, again, a pretty alarmingly large box. But this is a wind-driven fire that is burning through populated areas. This is a life safety kind of situation where there's not really a lot of active firefighting going on along the fire front right now, trying to extinguish. They're mainly doing probably some level of structure protection, and mostly it's just trying to make sure that people are out of the area before the fire reaches those towns and those subdivisions. And there are unfortunately really strong winds pushing this fire amid really dry conditions and heavy fuels. So this is a pretty serious situation, and this one, I'll take a look at watch duty, is not quite as much of a population down here. Again, there's no big cities here, but there are a bunch of small towns and diffuse semi-rural, peri-urban kind of subdivisions in this area where it's not a lot of people per square mile, but there are homes pretty much everywhere scattered throughout the landscape. So in some ways, it's kind of a nightmare wildland urban intermix type situation here. There are a couple of smaller towns that are more concentrated population centers, but this is a pretty serious scenario for this fire for the rest of the day, at least today, evolving until those winds die down. I'll look into this fire in the moment. This is one of the other high elevation, high altitude fires. I forget which one this is called. Let me toggle to watch duty. So that's this fire. It's the Gold Mountain fire, and it is burning. It started burning just along the state highway there and has sort of burned away from town, fortunately, due to the prevailing winds, but that does mean it's burned into higher elevation, more remote area with really heavy fuel loading and amid severe to extreme drought. So unfortunately, this one is going to be very difficult to control as well, and is going to have a lot of room to roam. There are some evacuations because it's very close to town, right along the highway here, but it's not immediately headed into town right now. The other big fire we've got is known as the Ferris Fire. It too is moving off into the wilderness, away from populated areas for now, which is good for the folks who live down in Cortez and the area down here, but it does also mean that this is another potential campaign fire if it gets up into the higher elevations, meaning that it could burn for weeks potentially, or until substantial heavy rains arrive, given the complexity of the terrain and the dryness of the vegetation and the remoteness of where it's burning. But I will, it looks like this new fire already has a name. It's the Mount Mestas fire. Not a lot of info yet, but we got on watch duty. We got some photos, and it's not looking so great. But the real problem today, again, this is the Aspen Acres fire. This footprint is probably out of date. But just to zoom in a little bit, you can see that there are communities here. Yeah, this is a pretty old, let's see here. I think this is a pretty out-of-date perimeter at this point because the fire has progressed. From what I'm hearing, the fire has progressed all the way past this zone already. So it's gone all the way through here. And as you can see, there are communities all along Highway 78. And unfortunately, probably some structure loss going on in there. There is a local news affiliate that's got a live camera in Pueblo angled toward that fire. Here it is, and you can see this is looking directly at the fire. The fire and the smoke plume are blowing toward the camera, and you know that's a pretty concerning look. Another interesting view. This is from Chip Redmond's Twitter page, pointing out that earlier today there was a significant mountain wave. So this was a strong downslope wind-driven fire. How many times have we seen that? But one of the things that we can kind of see is this standing wave pattern. So let me actually pause this video in the middle because it's a pretty dramatic illustration of what the airflow is doing in some of these events, and you can see sort of this standing sinusoidal wave in the air as this wind, kind of this downslope wind, and it's blowing in this direction. from camera right to camera left, it's blowing through this standing wave pattern, and essentially especially in areas where the downward flow is occurring. So sort of here initially near the heel of the fire, and then again downwind, that's when you can see amplification of surface winds and acceleration of fire. And unfortunately, we've seen this standing wave through much of the day, and this has been a signature associated with a lot of really destructive downslope wind-driven fires in the past, and we're seeing that again in this particular situation. At least we were earlier. If we go over to, and I need to change and to toggle over to my special radar scope overlay here. I just want to make sure that's actually what's showing up on screen here, so just bear with me for a moment. Just need to just want to make sure that this is showing up on radar scope here. Maybe it was not. Okay, so I need to quickly toggle over to my other screen here. Okay, I'll just have to verify with folks that this is showing up as the radar scope screen here. So just bear with me for a moment as I just double check. Unfortunately, my streaming software updated yet again without telling me, which is always a bit of a pain when it does so right before these live sessions begin, and then logs me out of everything and changes all the settings. So just bear with me as I confirm. Okay, good. Looks like we're seeing what I'm hoping to see here. Well, not really what I'm hoping to see, because what we're seeing on here is not good news. But here again, here is the town of Beulah, and you can see this plume, this really obvious smoke plume, sort of spreading out in this V-shaped pattern. Obviously, the wind flow is like this, aloft and at the surface. They're in alignment. The other thing I wanted to show is, and I might actually back this video up a little bit. I might go into the settings here and show a longer loop, because, yes, this is what I want to do. Because, unfortunately, you can kind of see the progression of this fire. So this is now going back several hours to the late morning hours, and you can kind of see now how the head of the fire, watch this high reflectivity band move forward. That is literally the head of the fire burning through time as those reds and oranges move forward. And you can see how this fire that began around here has essentially just marched past this town of Beulah. And this is actually something, this is a specific radar signature that one of my colleagues, Neil LaRue, has studied and published on, and I've read his papers, and it's not good when you see something like this. It's a signature of a wind-driven fire where there's a distinct high-intensity head of the fire, where the fire is essentially bowing outward because it's moving fastest in an almost jet-like fashion. So you can kind of imagine how the velocity, the forward velocity of this fire, can be measured in miles per hour. It's something like 1 to 2 miles per hour, and it's been burning for hours now. So they get a sense of what the distance actually might be. In fact, we can get a ballpark estimate of the linear distance this fire has traveled, at least during the course of this loop. If we know the fire ignited right around where the X is, and we know that at present the head of the fire is somewhere in this region here, if I use my drawing tool to measure that radius, we're talking about a fire that has probably already moved something like 7 or 8 miles from its point of origin since this morning. So again, unlike a fire doing so in grass or in a rural area, this is a pretty heavily forested region. There's a lot of juniper and pinyon pine, so there's a pretty high fuel load, and there are populated communities along this stretch. And again, this is a fire that I'm not 100% certain, but this is a very, very distinctive signature of the head of a wind-driven fire front. It's got this sort of U-like shape that is sort of aligned with this jet of wind, and we just kind of see that moving through here. So that's not a good look, unfortunately. And if we go back to watch duty and sort of take a look at what we're hearing about this fire, not a lot in the last hour, but you can kind of see there's a lot of evacuations. So, and sometimes in this case, it's sort of a fog of war scenario where no news is not good news. This is a case, unfortunately, where just based on what I can see from radar and from satellite, the fact that we're not hearing much right now probably means that firefighters and law enforcement are really, really busy just trying to make sure people don't become trapped before the fire reaches their location. So we're probably going to hear some significant updates later. There are no evacuations with this fire. So I don't want to focus too much on the individual fires because we don't necessarily know as much about the details. But just to point out, once again, I'll go back to the live satellite imagery. And unfortunately, just since we've been talking, it looks like that high, remember that fire I mentioned near Leadville? The Willow fire has just popped up, and it's now popping some high-intensity thermal pixels. So this has just picked up in intensity just in the past hour and is probably making a run once again through the timber. In fact, if I zoom in, I bet you we're going to see a poof of smoke. Yep, there it is. For those who have a keen eye, I'll just show you where that is. If you zoom in closely, it's not doing much, and then in the very last frame, it poofs up. So, we're seeing all these fires stand up again. When you're up at 12,000 feet, it can take until mid or late afternoon for the burning period to develop because you have an overnight inversion. It can get easily down to freezing even on a warm summer night up at that elevation. So the dynamics are a bit different. But these other fires have been burning through the day and through the night because it's been so warm and so dry in other parts of the region. Okay, so I do want to offer a sort of a bigger picture of what's going on here. And let me just close a few things here to make sure I don't go over my memory allocation. One challenge, of course, is that there is a widespread severe to extreme drought across much of this region. And I know a lot of my audience is probably listening from California, so I want to do a little bit of a compare and contrast. California is pretty much the only state in the western U.S. that does not have drought of significant severity anywhere in the state. In fact, along most of the coast from the Bay Area southward, there's not really even anything you could be meaningfully considered abnormally dry. There's only a couple of other patches of the west that would be included in that. There's the Bitterroot Mountains, maybe northwestern Montana, that's been doing all right. They actually had a decent snow year, unlike pretty much the entirety of the rest of the west. And western Washington, west of the Cascades, is doing okay as well. But even as we get into Oregon, there's a severe to extreme drought. And again, when I say severe to extreme, I'm basing it off of pretty objective quantities. Orange is severe. The light red, or the bright red, I guess, is extreme. And the exceptional drought here is intended to connote drought that is essentially of historic severity. And we do have that in some places, including Upper Great Basin, and then also, would you look at that, right in one of the key wildfire regions right now in the middle of Colorado, which just so happens to be in the Upper Colorado Basin. This is the basis for the mega drought claims. But in any case, it's very widespread. My point is that most of the West is experiencing a severe, extreme, or exceptional drought. The area outlined in blue here is a region that essentially has one of those three designations. Throughout, and where the wildfire burning conditions we're seeing are directly related to the severity of this drought. It's also the case that many of these areas in the West also experienced a record low snowpack this winter, following, you guessed it, record warmth this winter. Now, in California, we had a record warm winter in most places in the Sierra Nevada, and we had a record low April lows, there's so many record lows, I'm getting my tongue twisted here. we had a record low snowpack in a lot of the region at April 1st and March 1st benchmarks. However, in California and the Sierra Nevada, at least we got meaningful amounts of moisture. Precipitation was not greatly below average, despite snowpack being woefully behind average, and that was because we got the precipitation, but it mainly fell either as rain or as snow that quickly melted in the Sierra Nevada. So we got the water, but it didn't stick around as snow, which still has some impacts, but from a fire and drought perspective, somewhat lesser impact than just not getting the precipitation at all in the first place. Whereas in this swath, highlighted in blue, this is the swath where not only did we have a record warm winter, not only did we have record low snowpack, but we also had well below precipitation. So every single possible hydroclimate indicator is screaming out, this is a historically severe drought situation. So it really shouldn't be too surprising that we're seeing a big wildfire outbreak in this region now that a weather event has occurred that is allowing it to unfold. Why have we not yet seen a severe wildfire outbreak in this part of the country? Well, the weather hasn't yet favored it, and I'll explain a little bit more what I mean by that soon. First of all, looking forward a little bit just the next couple of days, believe it or not, today is, despite having elevated fire risk in a lot of the West, including in the Pueblo area where the fire, the most concerning fire, is currently burning, but also much of the Four Corners region in general. Despite having elevated fire weather conditions, this is actually significantly less extreme than over the weekend, where we had 3 consecutive days of extremely critical conditions, the highest possible designation by NOAA. Unfortunately, it looks like things get significantly worse tomorrow, with stronger winds, lower humidity, and believe it or not, the potential for some dry lightning. So this is a pretty explosive potential combination, given the level of fire activity we're already seeing, given the growing evacuations from the fires we already have occurring, and the considerable likelihood of new ignitions, natural ignitions from lightning, along with the reinvigoration of strong winds and very dry air. And we don't really have much relief on the horizon either. We kind of have worse, some days are worse than others, but the fire weather outlook, for example, as we get to Thursday, once again elevated, and I wouldn't be too surprised for some reds to show back up on the map. NOAA doesn't paint the map as aggressively. Friday, more, well, I guess these are not quite clicking. There we go. Anyway, the point is these maps are telling us that we have multiple upcoming days of elevated fire weather conditions, some of which may be critical or once again. And the problem is we already now have a very high level of activity. So this is just going to make the situation worse heading into the 4th of July weekend. Why might that be a problem unto itself? Well, there is scholarly literature demonstrating that the 4th of July is unambiguously the day of the entire calendar year in the United States of America when the greatest number of wildfires are ignited. Not just the greatest number of human-caused wildfires, but the total greatest number of any calendar day by a significant margin. In fact, it's nearly 3 times higher than the other highest calendar days of the year on a national basis. So, if anyone is wondering, it's probably not too much of a mystery, but the primary reason is, yes, you guessed it, fireworks, and almost exclusively fireworks that are set off by individuals. It's actually quite unusual for organized fireworks displays by counties or towns or cities to spark wildfires. It's not unheard of, but it's very unusual. The vast majority of these are coming from people setting off fireworks in their backyard, in parks and open spaces, and going on to ignite broader conflagrations. So this is pretty concerning, given that we are going into this weekend in the interior West, approaching this calendar date. And of course, there's a few days immediately surrounding the 4th of July are greatly elevated as well, because of course people either use those fireworks a little early or they forgot to use them on the 4th and they have some left over and light them off afterward. My honest advice is just don't do it. It just isn't worth it this year. There's a really high likelihood of igniting fires. The organized displays, they put a fair bit of thought into safety. Some places are going to be more at risk than others this year. The interior West anywhere in Colorado, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, it's frankly really just irresponsible to set those off this year. So that would be my personal and professional view. But the objective view is, in fact, that this is not just your imagination. There are far more fires ignited on the 4th of July than any other single calendar date. And in addition to the fireworks, most of it is fireworks. But the other part of this is that, it's 4th of July. It's a good time in many cases to be outdoors. People spend time in parks and national parks, state parks, regional parks, all of that. They spend time outside, and they may bring their vehicles with them. So, hot undercarriages of vehicles over dry grass starts some of these fires. So be mindful of that. People barbecue or start campfires, and of course those can become wildfire ignition sources as well. So even though it's a complex conversation overall about wildfire, there isn't, as we've talked about before, a fire deficit, believe it or not, in a lot of western forests. These are the kinds of fires that we don't want right now. We don't want a bunch of fireworks or campfire or errant cigarette butt related fires this weekend, because we're awfully busy dealing with the ones that are already occurring. So this is a good time to not do those things. We can do our prescribed fire treatments later. But interesting food for thought heading into the highest human ignition period of the year in the United States. And I suspect that we actually might be able to create a similar plot in some other fire-prone countries around their Independence Days, respectively, or other significant national holidays. That would be my general prediction, but I don't think anybody's ever done that work. Okay, so looking forward a little bit further, I'm pulling up the experimental NOAA Climate Prediction Center Outlook for, this is not for this week, but this is the week following. So this will be the week following any 4th of July wildfire ignitions, and this is not great news. In fact, this shows continued very high likelihood of above average fire risk across the entire interior west region, but also perhaps some increased risk now spreading more into the Pacific Northwest as things heat up and dry out once again. Also, not necessarily increased risk along the California coast, so that is not a place I'm necessarily looking to as a particular hotspot of July 4th risk this year. But again, as is the saying, don't be stupid. But there probably will be an increased risk in the coming days up in the Sierra Nevada. Not because it's been extremely hot there, although we did have a very warm start to summer earlier. This week is not that warm. But it's been dry and windy up there recently, and so things are starting to dry out. And this is where that very low seasonal snowpack this year is starting to become a bit of an issue. So we probably will start to see, not extreme, but increasing fire risk in the Sierra Nevada beginning around next week after the 4th of July. But the really big story remains essentially this region of the interior west, where this really high likelihood of anomalously high fire risk is likely to continue for a variety of reasons. One of the things that's been going on is if we go back in time a little bit, and we talk about the weather we had, say, going back all the way to last Friday. So this is going back in time to June 26th, that was Friday, before the big outbreak in fires over the weekend. This is essentially what we had, is we had an unseasonably deep trough. So not a ridge, not a heat wave, not extreme heat. In fact, it was unusually cool, and in some cases unusually damp. In fact, we got even in the highest elevation of the Wasatch, the Bitterroot Mountains in northwestern Montana, we got some snow, some June snow up in this region. So this is a very unusual sort of late summer trough and associated low pressure system. And it brought some precipitation to this region, which is unfortunately not the core of the main drought region. We really could have used it here, and we just didn't get any. But what we did get in this region was a strong pressure gradient, and you can kind of see that here, and strong southwesterly flow. So very strong winds, 40, 50 mile an hour winds over the weekend, some of which are now continuing today down here in southeastern Colorado, where the new fires are. Strong southwest winds that pushed a bunch of fires originally in eastern Nevada and Utah, and now more recently in Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado, rapidly to the east and northeast. So these strong southwesterly winds began as a result of this trough, which of course in California has meant things have been nice and cool with some pretty deep clouds and enhanced marine layer. Even a bit of drizzle in some spots like San Francisco over the weekend. Some more significant showers in some spots in the Pacific Northwest. But the problem was this was not a very moist system. It only brought a limited amount of precipitation and it kept it essentially north of about this line. So if you were north of about this line, your fire risk was somewhat limited. If you're south and east of this line, all you got was really strong wind and really low humidity in an environment where vegetation is essentially approaching near record dry levels. In fact, the National Predictive Services, the National Interagency Fire Center, has issued a fuels and fire behavior advisory for the Eastern Great Basin region because vegetation moisture, particularly in the juniper and in some of the pinyon pine settings at mid to high elevations, has reached record low moisture levels for the time of year. And I just want folks to think about what that means. That means that it has exceeded levels even experienced in some of the extreme heat wave and drought years of, say, the late 2010s and early 2020s. Again, this is not true in California. But going east, the situation is very, very different and far more alarming in terms of fire risk. So we have a wind event that was the catalyst, low humidity go along with it, tinder dry, record dry in some cases vegetation. I'm going to toggle forward in time now. And you can, whoops, that's an interesting glitch. If I toggle forward through the weekend, essentially what you're going to see is that this trough just persists over the west, and there's multiple lobes of it. In fact, this next lobe today is moving right down over central California. It's, in fact, by this evening, it's going to be down in the San Joaquin Valley. This could bring some showers or thunderstorms, isolated ones to the Sierra Nevada, probably just some pretty clouds elsewhere. But this is what's going to reinvigorate fire risk tomorrow, because as you can see, this is going to once again set up strong southwesterly flow. But unfortunately, and I'm going to toggle over to the main model now so I can show moisture as well. You can see the Sierra Nevada showers this evening. You can see it's not generating precipitation anywhere else. This is a dry, low pressure system, save for a few isolated showers. So you look at this region, you're really not going to see rainfall as this dry, low pressure system moves through. There's a few isolated showers, but really nothing of significance. And that's about it. And so we go in, we're out several days, we're going closer to a week, still no meaningful rainfall in this region. So now we're getting out to a week, and it looks really dry. As this happens, I can show you kind of what this looks like with upper level winds. You can see that these upper level winds are from the southwest to the northeast. You can see that by these streamlines. As you go through the day tomorrow, we have this upper level jet support that's going to support those strong winds and critical fire weather in Colorado tomorrow, which is not good news. But we see this persistent southwesterly flow. It kind of sticks around all week. It's weaker. Maybe it re-strengthens again around the 4th of July. That would not be good. But the point is, we're not really seeing in the next week the normal Four Corners high pressure system. So what we're not seeing is a really pronounced ridge in the southwest that would drive some monsoon flow. It would be more common for wind patterns this time of year to be from the southeast. That's what we mean when we say the monsoon. But right now we've got flow that's either from the northwest or the southwest, almost opposite in direction from what the monsoon would be doing. So we're not there yet, and we don't really expect there to be significant, meaningful precipitation over this period. This is very meager, and in fact, a lot of this might actually be in the form of mostly dry thunderstorms. So this may be more aggravating than it is alleviating from a drought and wildfire perspective. So that's not the best news. And if we look forward going further into July, and I'm going to use the European ensemble because we always like to use ensembles when we look farther into the future because they're more stable. We see we go from deep trough right now and lingering through about the rest of the week through about Thursday or Friday, back to something that does actually start to resemble enhanced southwestern or Four Corners ridging as we go toward closer toward the peak of monsoon season. In fact, this could be a pretty good monsoon pattern by the middle of July. And this is pretty far out, but this would be a much warmer than average pattern for the western U.S. In fact, this could even be a heat wave pattern for California and the West. It's a ways out. We'll see what happens, and it certainly isn't like that right now. But if this were to happen, this would be a very warm period, including for the key fire regions, which would not help from a warmth perspective, but it could inject more moisture from the southeast into the region. This could be the start of a more robust monsoon. That could be mixed blessing for this region, because it could be warm. We could see increasing instability, more thunderstorms in the mountains, more lightning, new fire starts, but also potential for fire alleviating rain. So we'll have to watch this as we get closer to mid-July. Still not seeing a tremendous precipitation signal. In fact, if we look, we see in the beginning here, we see drier than average conditions this week across Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, essentially the monsoon region. And as we get into mid-July, we still have an anomalously dry signal. So we don't really have any significant indication in the next 2 weeks there's going to be a reversal of fortune, as much as I wish that were the case. And a lot of these fires are just going to continue to burn until that rain does, at some point, indeterminate future point, finally arrive. Finally, I just want to show the most recent ocean surface temperature update using the pretty cool Coast Watch data portal from NOAA. I'm just playing around with that today. And interestingly, despite relatively chilly temperatures on land, the nearshore water temperatures along the California coast have actually warmed up, because we got rid of that persistent northwesterly flow, and the water near the Golden Gate is actually now several degrees above average, as it is in Monterey Bay, which is a pretty big reversal from a couple of weeks ago when that water was a couple of degrees below average. If you look to the equator, you can see our developing potential super El Nino. What does super El Nino mean? It just means very strong El Nino. And is it very strong yet? Not yet, but it looks almost, it looks increasingly likely. I'll be as conservative as I can reasonably be at this point. It looks increasingly likely, and I would say probably the single likeliest outcome remains later this year, is a very strong El Nino event, and there is a genuine possibility of an event of historic strength. And we certainly have these El Nino-like water temperatures now in the northeastern Pacific Ocean, I should say the eastern tropical Pacific Ocean, along with warm water continuing to develop in the northeastern Pacific as well. Okay, so the last thing I'd like to do, I'm going to go back, check the satellite imagery one last time. Here it is live once again. You see all the fires. I'll look at the NOAA version of this. We do see the fire near Leadville popping up as I've been live in the session, and we see both of the ones closer to the southern Front Range near Pueblo that have really continued to escalate in that window as well. I'll take one more look at watch duty and see what the update with the Aspen Acres fire is. Pretty much just showing rapid progression, which is not that surprising. So I think what I'd like to do now is I'm going to go back, I'm going to share myself full screen, and then I'm going to go ahead and, as I always do in these sessions, answer some questions. And there are a lot of people joining today. This is a very active session, so I'm probably going to go a little past the hour, because I can only guess that there's probably more questions than I can get through in 7 minutes. So I would like to do that now. All right, so this is your opportunity. If you're interested, you can add questions via the live chat feature, and I'm going to go primarily in chronological order, and I will try to get through as many of them as I can before the end. And again, I will probably go a little past the hour to accommodate as many as I can. Just also a reminder, in response to that third comment today, that these live streams are always recorded. I do always record them. They are available as soon as I push the stop button on the live portion. The recording becomes available, and they're available in perpetuity, or for as long as YouTube servers exist, which I suppose are different things potentially. So if you miss a session, or if you miss a part of a session, or you have to leave early, or you have to arrive late, you can watch the rest of it via the recording, and you can share the recording as if it's just a regular YouTube video with others. So that's another way to boost and share the channel too. Thanks for the kind words. There's a number of folks expressing them in the early part of the session today, so thanks for that. As Robert points out, there was a storm in the Sierra a week before Christmas. This would have been late 2025, I guess, and it rained almost to the summit of Mount Whitney. That is correct. In fact, there were multiple storms this past winter in the West, not just in California, but even in places like Colorado, where it was raining at 10, 11, 12,000 feet in the middle of winter. That, suffice it to say, is not normal. It can snow at 12,000 feet in Colorado at any time of year. So for it to be raining in December and January, even briefly, is an extraordinary event. And that is a testament to just how wildly warmer than average, record warm, in retrospect, that really is a quantifiably verifiable outcome from this winter. Is just a testament to just how anomalous this winter was. And as I was talking about the time and in the preceding months, the big concern is drought, but also the fact that we could see a very active, unusually active, high elevation forest wildfire season this year. And that is unfortunately exactly what we're now seeing unfold in the southern Rockies and potentially in a broader part of the West once things heat up and dry out later this summer. Remember, it is still June. The summer has only just begun. There's a comment from Robert. I live in San Diego, and this reminds me, I'm assuming this is from when I was talking about the downslope wind-driven fire near Pueblo today in Colorado. This reminds me what happens during a Santa Ana wind event. So that's a good observation because it is in fact similar. The dynamics are a bit different, obviously. One of the key differences is that the winds are blowing in the opposite direction. So during a Santa Ana wind event, they are offshore winds, meaning they are generally from east to west or northeast to southwest. But the point is they're pointing from land to sea, perpendicular to the coast. In Colorado today, and in general, downslope winds are from west to east. Why is that? Well, that's just because of the way the topography is oriented. The Rocky Mountains are much higher to the west. You fall onto the Great Plains. There's a significant elevational gradient of thousands of feet. Downslope means west to east along the Rocky Mountain Front Range. In Southern California, downslope means east to west because, of course, the mountains are to the east and the ocean, which by definition is at sea level and thus lower than the mountains, is to the west. So the process is the same. That's the good physical intuition there. It is a compressional downslope warming. Think of compressing air by pushing the handle of a bicycle pump and forcing the air inside into a smaller volume. It can get perceptibly hotter. And the same thing happens with downslope wind events. There are other things that can happen. They can accelerate. The air itself will dry out. The humidity will drop. All of these things increase fire risk. But it's the same principle. And it is the same physics at play here today in talking about the Front Range of Colorado as it is with the coastal mountains and the higher elevation mountains inland in Southern California and the elevational contrast with the Pacific Ocean. It's just that the direction is reversed because the topography is effectively a mirror image. Question from Mary: are there parts of the Four Corner states that could have a million-acre Dixie Fire type situation? Yes, there are. There have been multi-100,000-acre fires in, I believe, most western states somewhere at this point. 1 million acres is a pretty high bar, but it can happen. One thing to realize is that it is much easier to get large number acreage fires in less densely vegetated settings. So it is a lot easier, for example, to achieve something like 1 million acre grass fire than it is 1 million acre forest fire. In fact, every year, for example, in the outback of Australia, there are essentially 1 million acre plus grass fires that go largely unmanaged. There aren't that many people who live there. Some of it is also part and parcel with indigenous burning there. and so therefore is part of cultivated fire. A lot of them are ignited by lightning because there are frequent thunderstorms in the warm season in the Australian outback. Just this year, we've seen million-acre fires, or million-acre fire complexes, at least, on the central and southern plains in Nebraska. Previously, we saw fires of that order in a sort of spanning Texas, Oklahoma regions like that. And that's because in those regions, you get a drought, you get strong winds, you can get a wind-driven fire that burns hundreds of thousands of acres in just a day or two. And so if you get a couple of wind events over the same week and the same fire, you can get to 1 million acres pretty quickly. But that doesn't necessarily release as much energy or nearly as much smoke, for example, as even a 20 or 30,000 acre fire burning in very high density forest, for example, coniferous forest with a very high fuel loading, with high density of trees per acre. And that is what we're seeing right now in Colorado. So it is possible that we could see mega fires this year. We already have the Cottonwood fire in Utah, which is close to 100,000 acres, which is, an order of factor of 10 smaller than that. But the season is young, conditions are adverse, but we tend to see more discontinuous fires in places like the high elevation of Colorado just by virtue of the fact that once you get above the tree line, you can get to such a high elevation that there's effectively a 1 or 2 mile wide fire break at the top of every mountain range because there's just bare rock and soil. There are effectively there's no combustible material. There's no plants, there's no structures. It's literally just a line of granite along these mountain peaks that some cases have small glaciers on them. And so it's difficult for a single fire to jump that, although it has happened. I believe it was the Cameron, the East Troublesome Fire, one of my favorite fire names anyway. The East Troublesome Fire jumped the Continental Divide in Rocky Mountain National Park, literally clearing during an exceptionally extreme wind-driven pyrocumulonimbus episode, like a fire thunderstorm like cloud. It did manage to spot all the way up and over the Continental Divide, jumping over 3 miles almost of bare rock, and from one meadow to the next on the other side, and then continuing on, which ultimately could have become another disastrous fire, but for the fact that a couple days later it started snowing there, fortunately. So my point, though, is that there are more barriers to contiguous spread of multi-100,000 acre fires in Colorado. It's more likely is that there'll be a large number of 5 figures, of tens of thousands of acres, maybe into the low 6 figures. Those are still huge fires, and if there are multiple of them, it can cause just the same impacts of a single 1 million acre fire. Dixie Fire was able to do what it did because the Sierra Nevada crest in that part of the state of California is not as high as the Southern Sierra. You don't have as really those bare granite peaks. The summit, the highest elevation part of the Sierra Nevada, near the Sierra Crest up in Butte County and such, where these fires were burning in that event, are still vegetated. So you can get a fire that just continuously burns over the summit much more easily. But we also had a fire across the Sierra Nevada crest along the Highway 50 corridor in El Dorado County. So we have the Caldor fire that also made that jump, and fortunately didn't go on to become a disastrous fire in South Lake Tahoe. A combination of both some good luck, meteorologically speaking, and also good preparedness on the part of the communities there and the firefighting agencies involved. So that was a comparatively better outcome than it could have been. But we have seen some fires in recent years spot over high elevation barriers or find the gap. Sometimes there'll be a narrow riparian corridor or a saddle that's 1,000 or 2,000 feet lower in elevation where there's a meadow and there's some vegetation, just that connective tissue. And essentially, to poorly quote Jurassic Park, a fire finds a way when the conditions are extreme enough. And we've seen that happen, and this may be one of those years again. Less likely in California than in the interior West, because we're already seeing those kinds of conditions in the Southern Rockies. It's a good question. Hopefully that was an interesting tangent for some folks. Yeah, comment there was some decent rain last night in Salt Lake City, which is a relief. That does sound like a relief. That's good news, at least. Hopefully that'll help tamp down the risk of at least near urban fires on 4th of July weekend. But again, there is a long-term drought, so helps with the grass, might not help as much with the deeper forested regions. Several folks in some of these fire zones, so some newcomers from outside of California. It's good to see you here, and I'm sorry you're dealing with the fires and the smoke that you are today. A lot of folks reporting pretty strong winds, so that's pretty consistent, unfortunately, with that forecast. By great contrast, a comment from M. Sargent that near San Francisco Bay, it's been pretty perfect, I'm assuming meteorologically, although who knows, maybe otherwise, for a while, especially if you like nice cool mornings. So it's been very nice weather, and by the way, this does mean that there have been very favorable conditions across a lot of coastal California for continuation of prescribed fire activity all the way into late June this year. That's the silver lining to this weird weather pattern. I'm not sure it's going to persist indefinitely, but that is what we've got right now. Yeah, it's a good point that Mary makes, that the fire risk from amateur fireworks is not just wildland fire risk, but there's also a lot of really terrible injuries. You can also see the 4th of July, if you were to plot emergency room visits as a function of the date of the calendar year, I believe that it is one of the most, if not the single most, trafficked day for ERs, including a lot of missing fingers and burns from, you guessed it, from fireworks. They can also set your house on fire, and they can also be pretty explosive. So some of these dramatic videos, you may have seen, viral videos you see where lots of fireworks catch on fire at once and detonate. They're effectively, when they're in an enclosed space, like a fairly substantive bomb. So, ultimately, that's what they are. They are controlled decorative explosives, but they are still explosives, and they can start fires and cause all kinds of havoc. So yes, wildland fire is the context I'm mainly talking about them, but they are also certainly capable of just catching your house or your neighbor's house on fire as well.
That's one thing. Alright. Okay. It's voice X. Yeah. Yeah.
Tuesday, June 30th. I'm West Coast meteorologist Bill Martin. It's windy out at the coast right now. Strong sea breeze pushing moister, cooler air inland. That helps fire danger. That helps air quality. The week ahead is going to be filled with holiday festivities, travel, what have you. But basically, we're heading to the 4th of July weekend. What's the weather look like? I've seen a couple of, we've seen a couple of models suggesting it's going to be a big heat up, but that may not be the case, which would be awesome because, right, you don't want hot, dry when we get into the 4th of July weekend. We're going to look at the Lake Berryessa Glory Hole. It is pretty interesting. I know it's one of the only ones in the world, which is interesting. So we'll look at that, and then we'll look at fire out in the southern Rockies, where we're seeing some smoke issues and big fires that are burning because of wind like this. Although not like this, it's not as moist, but they had a lot of wind out there. This is an onshore flow. This is Pacifica, and I just want to show you this picture. I want to do this off the top. If I can I do it? Yeah, listen to how hard it's whipping. You can hear the flags. So I was doing a thing. You can estimate wind speed from flags, no duh. But pilots do it all the time. Paragliders, people like that. You can look at the wind, the flag, and how it's fluttering. So at 8 to 12 miles an hour, the flag is halfway extended. So this is well ahead of that. At 18 miles an hour, the flag is mostly extended and flapping infrequently, 18 miles an hour. At 25, the flag is fully extended almost all the time and cracks loudly. So I would say this is a sustained wind at 25 miles an hour. At 35 mile an hour wind, the flag is stretched straight out and whipping violently. So I would say anywhere from 25 to 30 mile an hour sustained winds. That's kind of a cool, I'm just read that off my phone, but that's kind of a cool trick. And we know that intuitively. So anyway, the flags are whipping. I'll kick the volume off there. We are looking at a beautiful day today in California. We've got fog along the coast. I think it shows up here. Yeah, there it is in the satellite image. You see that notch? Couple notches. Let me stop it down real quick. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. I was gone for a couple days, but now I'm back. And I'm in the weather saddle, so to speak. I mentioned it yesterday about books, right? Like how, well, first let me tell you this. We're going to go through, we're going to look at the models. If you're just new with us, we're going to look at the models, the weather headlines, the computer models that take us through the next few days, through the holiday weekend. We're going to look at smoke out in the southern Rockies. We're going to look at live cameras north to south. Those live cameras are awesome because they tell us pretty much like the flags, a lot to be said from a live picture. We'll look at soundings and we'll look at air quality. I will not make it boring, I promise. We'll look at sea surface temperatures, the surf along the coast, the swell that's coming and is here now, and Nature Snacks, which has a special surprise today. So these notches right here, that tells you the high pressure is still around, right? So that's sort of a north wind. Actually, it would be a northeast wind, maybe. And then you see it trimming off in Los Angeles and Santa Barbara. The fog, that is. So high pressure is still dominating, but we're sort of in a flux situation where we're not seeing completely... a complete dominance of the high pressure or a low pressure. It's sort of like this, right? So what does that mean? Well, it's going to be sort of like this, but nothing extreme as we go into the weekend. And that's, I think, the upshot here is we're not worried. I don't think we're going to see temperatures above 95 degrees in the hot spots for the holiday weekend. So we got some surf along the coast. We've got, let's see, I got to check these. I didn't tee these up earlier. Lake wind advisory. This is out in Hanford. So they're going, yeah, we got some wind. So the wind verifies. And then this is San Diego, and they're saying high temperatures, going high temperatures. San Diego saying 98 degrees in Palm Springs. And then this is the computer model. This is the GFS, global forecast model, long range. And it shows us 18,000 feet. And it's really, we show it a lot because it's really not all you need, but if you just need a quick, why is it going to be warmer? Why is it going to be colder? Is it going to be wet? Is it going to be dry? This is your map because we're drawing the jet stream. You know it. It's like this. And there's the trough, and there's the ridge. The reason it's windy at the coast is because this high is building in and this low is leaving, and in between you've got a pressure gradient, right? So you got breezy conditions along the coastal sections, breezy conditions as well down in the Central Valley. Not as windy as it was over the weekend, but what we're looking at now is the positioning of these ridges and troughs. You see the trough? The blue thing, right? In that those lines wrapped around it, and the ridge, the orange thing. These travel around the northern hemisphere. I mentioned it yesterday. There's long waves and short waves. I would consider this more of a long wave, almost like a Rossby wave, this area here. But you can get little short waves. A little short wave trough looks like this. See that little dip? You can get shortwave ridges too, shortwave troughs. So, but the long waves are the ones that you pay attention to because that's generally where your major weather comes from. So as we push through this afternoon, average temperatures. Now we're into Thursday, Friday, a little warmer. That's the weekend. It's a holiday weekend. That was the big heat up that was suggested to be happening. But you can see we're sort of in flux. We got a kind of a low pressure offshore, a high pressure here. There's no dominant weather pattern feature. So that's kind of awesome. It's a good pattern for us. It's also not a bad pattern for the fire zones of the southern Rockies because you see it's not above average temperatures, although they're having dry conditions out there. So what I just showed you a jet stream that is going to just kind of go like this. It's going to, what you get today is what you're going to get tomorrow, which is probably what you're going to see on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. So if you got a houseboat on Lake Orville or Lake Shasta, or I'm just thinking houseboat trips because the wind is no fun, I think you're okay. I just don't think it's sweltering. Like Redding's shouldn't make 100 degrees. It'll probably make 96 degrees. Maybe it's almost perfect. This is the U.S. map. Can you pick it out? And I'm just going GFS, and we're looking where it's going to rain. You see the lines offshore. I don't know if you can see those. I don't want to get into it. We're just looking for rain. So a little rain in the southern Rockies, but not much. It's pretty dry out west. That's kind of the takeaway. That's why I put this in, because I just wanted to see it, because I'm all the way through Sunday the 5th. And it's just dry. Our half of the country. The other half of the country is doing what it does. So a little bit of rain. So, yeah. So this is would be rainfall accumulation through the 4th of July. Not much. And then beyond, maybe a little monsoonal moisture up around Lake Tahoe, but that's all the way through the 16th of July. So we are in a bit of a summer pattern, if you will, and that's going to set us up with below average precipitation outlook, which makes sense, or average to below average in the Great Basin. And that would make sense because we were talking about, just sort of I'm not a lot of monsoonal moisture coming in yet. That'll happen, but that's more usually a little later on in the summer months. So what does it mean for temperatures? Here we go. This is 5 o'clock today. So let me come in close. So 93 in Redding, that's so pleasant. 87 in Sacramento, San Francisco 65, 91 degrees in Modesto, 93 in Bakersfield. These are today's forecast highs. Down in Los Angeles, 75 degrees. This is the next day. Los Angeles, you're a little bit warmer, but it's overall, this is on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday's highs. So you get the picture. It doesn't change much. Let's go to Thursday's highs. See if it changes much. Warms up a little bit. So this would be Thursday. Yeah, this is Thursday. So LA goes into the upper 70s. Bakersfield in the mid 90s. So this would be that warm up that we're anticipating on Thursday into Friday and Saturday. But it's again 98 in Redding. That's kind of not that difficult for those guys. When I say those guys, Redding, they're pretty tough when it comes to weather. There's the fire concerns. Obviously, there's extreme fire danger out in these southern Rockies, and we have this is fire danger just for being quantified. But you can see it's high fire danger in the Central Valley, and it's always all summer. But this extreme fire danger is what you pay attention to, and you can see it's transpiring because look at all the fires. These are big fires. These are big fires. They got a lot of resources out there. Look at that. That coincides with an area that's had multi-decade below average rainfall. I know. It's really, and then California, this just popped up. But you're still doing prescribed burns, which is awesome. We got this fire just popped up. Let's see what we got. This is 45 acres. 16 minutes ago. Fire is now with moderate rate of spread. Winds aren't that bad. And then you can see where it is right there. Let's see if I pull that in. So, whoops. Let's do that. Yeah. So that looks pretty. And you know, first thing you look out when this is from TV, but we get the chopper would be up and they go, oh, we got a fire on, whatever. And I'd look at it and I go, first thing I look at, you obviously look at the color of the smoke just because it's steam. Is it right? Is it burning wood? Is it burning oil? Which that looks a little bit oily, but what I pick up on is the wind, right? I showed you the Pacifica winds, that's along the coast, but this is up in the valley, in the Central Valley. It's not that windy because that smoke plume is standing straight up, okay? So that's a good indication for firefighters. And that's just simple, that's just like, oh, no duh, it's not windy, they'll crush it. We can check back on that at the end of the broadcast in a couple of minutes. This is smoke forecast. And this is going through a few days, and I'm just looking at the smoke out in Arizona, Utah, right? That smoke travels too, man. It does. It travels, and it changes some things. It'll add, if that smoke gets into some convective activity, into some kind of a updraft or into some kind of a unstable environment, it will create more rain. It's essentially you're cloud seeding in a sense. You're putting more particulate into the cloud, and when you put particulate in the cloud, it gives the water something to coalesce on, condense onto, just grabs onto and condenses, or grabs that moisture, the dust. And so that's an example of you're changing the climate a little bit when you put that much smoke in the air, for sure. Maybe more than a little bit. Mount Shasta. Today, Mount Shasta is going to go 78 degrees. There's Mount Shasta again. This is from another angle. That's, I believe, Lake Shastina. We're looking towards the northwest a little bit. And then this is Eureka. And looking down, kind of again, the Mad River, looking down on Humboldt Bay. And let's check the sounding. And it's not that, see how the red line, the blue line are further apart? They're 48 degrees. So they're 8 degrees apart, the temperature and the dew point. When the temperature is the same, you get precipitation or you get condensation. And we're close enough together, we're getting condensation. That's where your fog layer is, but it's not very, very strong. And then that's why it looks fractured. And your inversion is about 1,800 feet. The inversion being the top of that cloud, which makes sense. But you can see how there's blue sky underneath it. So it's not a real robust marine layer. This is Lake Berryessa. Thought this would be interesting to us. Talk about this. The Lake Berryessa got its name from the Berryessa family, descendants of early Spanish settlers, which I knew. in the 1800s. It's California's largest lake entirely within the state. 23 miles long when it's full. Home to the famous, now this is the glory hole, right? Spillway, 72-foot wide funnel that drains excess water out. It's like, there's not many spillways like that in the world. And in this lake, they buried Monticello, which was this little town. I think 1957 is when the dam got built. My parents used to swim, if you guys remember Pewta Creek, before the dam, before Monticello Dam, before they buried the city and put the glory hole in, there's salmon runs up this thing, right? Steelhead runs coming up out of the bay up Pewta Creek. But my parents my dad's a veterinarian at Davis, and they used to go to Cannonball, which was on Pewta Creek, and swim. And back in the day from Davis, right? You think we're talking 1943 or 4. It's used for irrigation water for Solano County and a little bit of flood control. But this is the money shot, right, so to speak. Look at that thing. I mean, like, why would you do that? Like, it's so gnarly looking. That's the glory hole. That's Monticello Dam. That's Lake Berryessa. And when the water gets full, it's got nowhere to go but out. But if you see how narrow the canyon is? That's why they had to build it this way, because usually spillways are over to the side of the dam, you have room, or over the top, or but this structurally, none of it made sense to get this dam here. So they creatively created this, and it says, it's one of the few spillways of its kind in the world. And granted, it should be. It looks so gnarly. I know. Like, I mean, I'm sure they got buoys you can see, so you can't get in there. But I do recall seeing a duck get sucked into it once, which is sort of, So anyway, that's the spillway built in 1957. Very creative. This is Mount Tamalpais looking towards Mount St. Helena. Can you see St. Helena to the north? Right there. I think so. Yeah, we're looking due north. The hills are kind of brown. We're kind of getting our look going right now. This is sort of, where are we? This would be more looking towards, if we're looking towards, kind of Fairfaxy, I think. A little bit of Fairfaxy, and kind of out towards San Anselmo. And then the inversion right now this is the spot we took it from, because that was Mount Tam. And the inversion it's foggy right down to the deck. And inversion starts at 20, it's pretty deep, 2,400 feet. So that would indicate a pretty good air quality. Right? But yeah, it's not perfect because there's inversion, but you've got enough room in here. It's when it's 800 feet thick, the stuff, the morning commute, factory stuff, everything gets stuck in there. But when you extend that to double, you have more room for vertical mixing. So that's that. We talk about that quite often here. This is Livermore Valley. And you'll see how dry it is out there. See how the difference between the temperature, the dew point. There's still an inversion right here, and there's a marine layer. It's just not completely saturated, right? So temperature, dew point, further apart they are, the drier the air. So it's pretty far apart, but it's still moister air than once you get aloft, right? And that's because you're dealing with it's just cooler air, pardon me, not moisture air, cooler air. So, okay, if that made sense. And then this is out towards Fresno, looking towards Fresno. And Fresno's super dry. You won't even see it's just straight up dry. Temperature, dew point, these are both actual numbers. If this 2 degrees reaches 39 degrees, you've got a cloud or probably rain. And the temperature cools with height all the way up. So that's a fairly typical lapse rate, a fairly typical atmosphere. This is Los Angeles. This is we're up at almost 6,000 feet, and you'll see the marine layer is pretty deep. First thing you look at is this is Los Angeles. See how the fog is pushed further inland this morning. So it's gotten up over the topographic barriers, and that's because the inversion is so high. Look how high up it is. So if I go here, and maybe just look at the height, it's 3,400 feet. That's a deep inversion, and that allows it to get up over the hills into San Bernardino and into Lake Arrowhead. And So it's just a flush. So that would indicate to me, and I bet it indicates to you, better air quality for Los Angeles today, because you got a deep layer to mix through, right? It's not 800 feet or 600 feet. It's, a couple thousand feet. And there, voila, in the morning, during the morning commute, the air quality is a little better. This is Carlsbad. Beautiful day. There's again the marine layer, not that moist right at the surface. It is, but it's the marine layer. See how it's kind of fractured, and that's because it's a little deeper. It's a little not quite as robust as we see sometimes. These are sea surface temperatures, and I put these in. I guess I just wanted you to see. First of all, when you get up to Alaska, the temperature is, see that 48 degrees, the ocean temperature. Pacific Northwest 57, Central California 63, Southern California 68 to 7. Well, I'm down in Mexico. San Diego 66, Southern Baja 75 degrees, and you get down into the El Nino territory, and you're in the mid 80s. So that's the kind of water, you need a certain water temperature for hurricanes to form. I get this a lot. Why don't we have a lot of hurricanes? Well, we'll see a lot. We will see, especially with this warm water down here, this El Nino, which looks like it's going to be a strong one. When you get this warm water, when you get a hurricane, you need to be at like 78 degrees to 80 degree water temperature. It depends on a couple other things. But, anytime you're around 80 degrees water temperature, a hurricane can form. They really don't exist below 77 degree water temperature, or if so, they don't exist very long. So when they track, it's hard when they start getting north into this water temperature, up into Baja, you're at 67, you're at 75, you're not able to stay intact, but you can form down there, and then your remnants drift north. That, as we know, gets us lots of fires, thunderstorms, and what have you. That is probably going to happen more this year because we have a strong El Nino with the opportunity in this region for a lot of tropical storm activity. Hurricanes, tropical storms, big storms, and that moisture the hurricanes won't make it this far north. Occasionally, I think some tropical storm once made it up towards San Diego. And you never know, but I would suspect historically it's not the norm at all. Typically, they fall apart when they hit this yellow, the tropical storms, the hurricanes, and then that remnant moisture, which is still a lot of energy, drifts over the dry, unstable California landscape. The heat, right, and it hits that moisture and just pops. So just a little bit on that, and then these are the forecast highs for today. Hope you're having a good day. Glory hole, yeah, right? And then they buried Monticello. I didn't know it was one of the only. They say this. They don't quantify it though. They say it's one of the few spillways of its kind in the world. That could be anything, right? The few, 10. These are today's highs, and look what happens tomorrow. Kind of the same thing. Let's say tomorrow, kind of the same thing. That's perfect, right? That's perfect. Be careful with fireworks. We talked about yesterday. I was kind of a little bee yesterday because I was grousing like old man Martin. But isn't it stunning? 4th of July, the puffins. These are Atlantic, but they're hard to see out here. You got to go out to the Farallones. I think 4 Mile in Santa Cruz. I've heard Point Reyes by the lighthouse. Once in a while, you'll see them. I think that it's just, is it ironic? It's like if there are people from other planets going, you have fireworks during the height of the dry season in a place that is notorious for burning. I know. And California has always burned, right? But before the Spanish, I tell this story a lot only because the Spanish brought in wild oat. That stuff that's out in your backyard that you should mow? That big, tall, brown grass that burns like quicker than matchsticks this time of year. The Spanish brought those in on their horses, the early explorers. And so it just took hold. California used to be, those bunch grasses you see? Bunch grasses, and they're flammable, but they're separated. They're bunches, right? And they're not just this huge waist-high thing of weeds. So California's landscape changed by the conquistadors and the explorers. And it wasn't always like this because it doesn't make sense. So anyway, that's, way back. But it's crazy to have fireworks. I was watching one of the little neighbor kids because it's exciting. But you know, when you're a kid too, and you have fireworks, what do? You either swipe them from out of the closet where you're not supposed to know they are, and hide them and shoot them off early, which is crazy, or you wait a couple of days after 4th of July and you pilfer. Right? I don't know about you, but we pilfered them, and then we take them down to the river, down the lake, and light them off. And that tends to be something. You get big fires during 4th of July, but you get a lot of big fires, a lot of fires after. So, no, I know. Old man, I don't mean to be all grousey. This is the wave energy over the next so many days, over the next week or two. You can see the southern hemisphere swell. See the reds? Those are the big energy swells, and that's the direction the energy is coming from. I don't see any big souths. There is some swell in the water, though, right? And anytime it comes close to the coast, South America, Guatemala. My son's in, I think he's in, where's he going? He's going to Guatemala today. For a job. He's a surf photographer. He's going to score because that looks pretty good. They got a lot. Look at that swell line coming into the, and there's a big south swell. Wednesday the 6th, 7th for us. But anyway, it's just kind of a cool visual. And we watched yesterday as the peaks, as Santa Cruz kind of crumbled. It was a week or two ago, but watching that cliff fall into the water. That's Steamer Lane. This is Pleasure Point. It's not fun when it's like that, just so you know. It's fun when it's like that and it's you and like 5 friends. But when it's busy and small, it's frustrating. And then this is down towards Encinitas. Temperature today will be probably 70. This is Malibu. They've been having a lot of beef at Malibu lately because a lot of people surf, which is, it gets more every year, and wetsuits are better, and I just, it's a natural thing, I guess. Just cool things grow. But I talked to some of the guys down there, and because there's a pecking order. I talk about it way too much. This is Venice Beach. There's a pecking order in the ocean and the water. And there is in life, truthfully, in terms of just pay your dues, whatever. And the youngsters now, God love them, they're awesome. They're the nicest people. I don't know if you call them Gen Ys or Qs or whatever, but it doesn't seem that they really pay attention to the rules of the road. Like, there's just like it's like when you're merging and you just do a zipper in a car, right? And there's that guy who doesn't want to go every other car, and you're like, well, that it's sort of similar to that. It's like, I'm just got to go where I'm going. I don't care about the whole. And the newer kids, they just don't know. They don't know, because they can afford a new surfboard, they can afford a new wetsuit, they can afford a car to get to the beach. The world's different. We could barely afford to get to the beach. We used to carpool to the beach. We used to use old surfboards or make our own surfboards or wear warm Pendleton shirts to stay warm instead of wetsuits. It was just and there was nobody out, and there was no surf reports. And so now the barrier to entry is gone. So it's on. And because surfing is free, it's not like skiing. Skiing is huge and blown up as well. But surfing is essentially free, except for the gas and all that stuff. I know. I am grouse. But I do think it would be nice if you take the time to learn who came before you. This is the osprey. Look at that baby. They were wet yesterday. A little bit of rain. It's amazing. Osprey, they don't mind nesting in these look at that. He's in a parking lot, like at a Walmart or something. Mm-hmm. Ospreys are awesome. They can see fish from I was up at Tahoe this weekend, last weekend. And they can see fish from 100 feet up. I don't know. So I watched one fishing. Was I watching the fish? Or was it? It was on Prosser Lake. There's a reservoir. I was watching them. And look at this little guy. He's like, whoa, dude, look at that. Now he's, we just watched our eagle fly, both of them. We'll look at them in a second here. Birds are awesome. Unfortunately, this is not California. Oh, fortunately, that's fine. And then this is, I found this. Mm-hmm. This is let's see if I can get it to play. This is one of the kids who came back to the nest. Is it playing? Yeah, it's playing. He's just sitting there. Came back to the nest. And then moved up there. There's some zero wind because it looks like this thing isn't even working. So the camera, that is. Oh, there it is. There it is. So came back to visit. So I don't know if that's Luna or Sandy, but right. So far so good. I'm gonna do this real quick. I want to see because I wanted to mention it to you guys yesterday. And again, could you do this at home? Yeah. I'm just curating. Hey, what are the chances of 2 eagle eggs surviving in the wild? Because I think it's really, I think it's not an easy thing. For wild eagles, having 2 eggs hatch is common, but having both eaglets survive all the way to fledgling is less than certain. 2 eggs laid, pretty common, about 70% or 90% of the nest. Both eggs hatch often around 80%, depending on whether the food is available. Both eaglets fledge successfully, roughly 50 to 70% in a good year. So right now, we're breaking the odds here, right? And that's terrifying. Yesterday was a rough day for I think it was Luna who was left, and I don't know who this is now, but has come back to the nest. But so it's not a slam dunk at all. All right, we talked about a bunch of stuff. Thanks for having me in your house. Tell a friend. Do me a favor today. I'm trying to grow this big enough so that I can get a beer sponsor. I've had a couple of people want to sponsor, but I'd like a beer sponsor. Like I'm talking to Lagunitas right now. I tried to get a hold of Sierra Nevada. Why do I want a beer sponsor?